Which is, hey Stefan, Pavel, Sam, who the fuck is Jim? So, I feel like you know me, but I don't recognize your name. But I suppose you're from Twitch. You're on YouTube with a different name. Let me join my Discord. Bother me. See if the sound actually works today. Is it? Looks like it does. So music. Shall we listen to today? Hey Peter. Hey Mariano. I was just reading your message, Peter. It's what I was explaining last stream, bro. What time is here? 11 a.m. As I was saying, it's exactly the same thing that I was explaining last time, right? It's more about changing planes rather than harsh volumes and emphasized lines. Good morning. It's far from morning for me, Mariana. I've been awake for like 6 hours. I'll figure it out somehow. Just look at what I was doing, right? You have that sculpt I did. Please use it. Will I get Cavill shovel head emote? Probably not. I punished George enough. At the moment when you go through your sculpt and my sculpt, right? Like just click, right? Switch in between them. You see there are a lot of differences on the orbital area also, not only on the big stuff. We are punishing Morty today. Punish Morty all the fucking time. I'll be supportive today. I'm very supportive. Good vibes. Yes, yes. That's definitely me. Still have cold? It was not cold. Just an allergy or some shit. Is Jensen gonna be Dean Winchester or something else? That's the point, Dean. Like that was the target from the beginning. But we can easily make him, Soldier Boy or whatever. Or a different character. We're gonna do some next gen today though. I wanna get a bit accustomed with next gen for the sake of my students. So be prepared for crashes and shit. Next gen doesn't crash. Only Maya. Like I was doing some tests, and my save folder for 3ds Max has spaces in the name, right? And I was doing some tests, and I saved the project in 3ds Max, and I was like, why the fuck this keeps crashing every 5 seconds? It was apparently XGen doesn't like spaces in any anything. No spaces. Spaces in names though. 3ds Max doesn't have any issue. It's only the main folder which has a space, right? It's 3ds Max with a space. Everything else doesn't have spaces. And the name of the fucking main folder, it's on the root of the drive, it's with spaces. And I cannot rename it because that's gonna fuck up all my stuff now. I have that folder name like that since 2000 or something. Oh no, no, wait. It's from 2014 when I made a different folder than the old one. Can go for Houdini. We might give Houdini a try also. I don't know. Did I send you that video? I was looking at the video some braids, and I can't recall if I sent it to you or not in Houdini or if you know it. I didn't. But probably you know it. What do you need explained? Just see what he's doing. This. You know this? I'll give you the link. You can look through it. And it looks pretty cool. It popped up when I was looking for Xgen stuff. And okay. Interesting. It's silent and sped up like you cannot really see. But you don't. Bro, that's the thing, right? Like with everything when it comes to here. And it's a thing I was telling Tobias this morning. Here it's about trial and error. Like, sure, you have references where you figure out the flow, the volumes, and whatnot, right? But the rest, like the way the hair looks like and how it behaves, it's about paying attention to your references and then trial and error in terms of clamping and noise and all that shit. There is no magic trick, right? Like the interface of the software, you can learn it with ease, right? Like by just looking at what he's doing, right? You understand what modifiers he's using. You don't have to copy it one on one, but just to have an understanding of what's going on and how the software works. Other than that, what the fuck do you care? What do you want him to explain to you? How hair behaves in reality? Yeah, but you can see those options, how he sets up stuff when he's doing it. You just pause the fucking video and look at the modifiers he has there in the node graph. Stop, Sam. So why the fuck my camera is so weird? Are there no project files to download and pick apart? I mean, there you can find solutions, right, for everything, but you just need to actually do it, right? There's something off about this face that triggers me, and I think it's more about uh, shading textures. These technical things are sometimes worth a paid tutorial with project files to look at. Unpopular opinion. I mean, with that beautiful face. Are you living under a rock, Sam? Jensen Ackles, Dean Winchester from Supernatural, or Soldier Boy from The Boys. Don't know what I said, you know. How the fuck can you not know Supernatural, Sam? They had like 20 seasons. It's been, over 20 years or some shit. Also, The Boys. How can you miss The Boys, which is one of the greatest fucking TV shows out there? You really live under the fucking rock. Even Ludwig's know this kind of shit, and he literally lives under a rock. Like, out of all the people that I know, Ludwig's is the person completely disconnected from the fucking world. He's like, but he still knows the, supernatural. Like, come on. And he lives in a basement. Strict information diet, it's called. Yes. Have I seen all the foundation? No, I haven't. Alright, but I haven't picked up. I haven't seen anything lately. I had like a few days where I only woke up at 3, 4 a.m. for some fucking reason. It's out, but I don't think all the episodes are out yet. But I woke up like super early, and I've been like super fucking dead tired the whole day. And in the evening I would just go in bed with a fucking headache, try to read a bit, fall asleep again very early, wake up at 3 again. And this morning I was like the same, right? I woke up at like 3:30. I was like, rested. And I was like, motherfucker, I'm not gonna raise from the bed. I'll sleep more. I forced myself to sleep another hour. It's Yeah, I'll wait for sure also for the season to be done. I haven't actually checked Foundation 3. Oh, it's not. In September it's gonna be done. On 12th September it's gonna be done. Episode 10. There are 7 episodes out so far. 3 more. I think Americans have some break in August. No, there is no break. This started in July. It's been every week. Half of July. Is the Foundation good? I fucking love Foundation. Especially in terms of cinematography. Like that fucking shit looks amazing. I'm not gonna lie. The story is not bad. The actors are good, but visual speaking, man, that fucking show it's a piece of art. And no break, but it's being continuous every week. Of course, I put it on the big TV. I don't make the popcorn, but I do watch it on TV. I don't like watching on the monitor TV shows. Like I rarely do. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna actually watch. I don't know how people put like a TV show on the second or third monitor and they just like do their stuff. Doesn't work for me. You have a TV, you still haven't plugged it in. I'm not gonna lie, like for example, the TV in the living room, that motherfucker have not been open in years. But the one in the bedroom, right, it works. Constantly watch some shit on it when I feel like watching and not reading. I'm on the book 7 on the Legend of the Seeker. Have a sofa by the desk with an arm you can move it with. You have the TV on an arm. My TVs are quite big. I could not put it on an arm here. I will have to buy a smaller one. I was actually considering at some point to get a smaller TV here, to just relax and watch the football games. My friends come, but like the PC monitor is too small. Even these 32s are not enough for my taste when watching a movie. TV is probably also 32 if you take away the sides. You've seen my TVs. I don't even know what it's in inches. 49 or 50. Something. 49. A lot of difference, of size. But then again, I've watched very little TV shows and movies in the past years. Just pick up one from time to time, struggling to finish stuff. Most of the times I'm too tired to actually watch it. I'll go put something and then fall asleep, which not really. You could get some TV with game mode. Eh, yeah, I don't think it's worth Ludwig. I mean, TV is TV, right? You want to watch something, you don't need to pay a shit ton of money for small response time, high refresh rate, and what it's controller and sit on sofa. I mean, how many games you actually play that use a controller? Ludwig's Elden Ring, and that's about it. God of War definitely is. God of War, it's a great game to play with the controller. Though mouse and keyboard was a better experience, but it was a good experience with controllers. Spider-Man is probably the only game that is really fucking fantastic with a controller. The Spider-Man games are fantastic with a controller. Thing is, you don't really play much. Exactly. That's why I was asking, like, how many games do you actually play that you actually wanna buy a fucking TV for that? Really worth, is it? Yet people visiting, they think it's weird with no TV. You should see John. He doesn't even have a fucking couch. You go to his place and you have to just stand. No couch, uh, no chairs, no nothing. I think he was considering buying some stuff to sit on. He has a desk chair, I suppose. I don't think he works without a desk chair. Stop, Lucas. Standing desk. Look, I don't understand. I never understood what the fuck is the point of a standing desk. Just want to fucking stand, you know? Go outside, walk, do other shit. But fucking standing desk, break your back. Who, like, if you know anyone who works in, in a store, right? What they will complain that they fucked up their back because they were standing. Now people are like, no, I'm gonna fucking stand at work also when I'm at home. No. You sit on a fucking chair. Every hour you take 10 minutes break. You go walk, right? So your spine decompress. You come back and work another hour. This fucking standing desk, it's the most stupid fucking shit that people are paying money for. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. You're having a standing desk and a walking pad as we speak. Good for you. When you feel like throwing away money, less so, there's always this button for donation under the stream for my animals. Feel free to just go there, click that button, and throw a few thousands. Like there's no point. Like if you're gonna throw it out the window, it's better to help. You know, some poor animals or some shit. I don't get it. Sorry, but I don't. I'm trying, but I can't. It's the same with, like display tablets. Like, you want to break your fucking neck and your arm and your eyes because of the goddamn bad uh, response time, go for a fucking display tablet. You're also gonna hold your hand on top of whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't get it. Like, and you also pay a fucking fortune. Like, you're insane. You also have a saddle chair. Let's George used to have one of those also, and I kept telling him that's a fucking sex chair, my friend. I don't know who you like to get you know, behind you when you're working, but probably your boss. I don't judge. Whatever floats your boat. I think there are easier ways to have sex than, at work. The f- but all jokes aside, like, how much did you invest in all that shit, Leso? And how much do you think is the difference in price from you taking 10 minutes break to walk around, which is free, by the way? It's just a tool. Stefan, you're on a different level with that fucking. setup that you used to have? You're on the other extreme of how to fuck up your back in all ways possible. Oh, you have a Cintiq also. Oh, you're like all the way less so. You just went there hard, huh? You were like, I need to fucking waste the money. I don't know how, but I will have to. I have to. It's important. It's what makes me a fucking great artist. Standing desk and the Cintiq. Oh, fuck my life. Good for you, bro. I think he bought WinRAR, bro. You did bought WinRAR, less, aren't you? You're one of those 5 people in the world who actually paid for it. Number one contributor. Makes sense. Paying for Blender as well. Great fucking stuff. Yeah, I still know people who install WinRAR, Ludwig's, and press that fucking button all the time. Not using 7Z. I mean, each to their own, I guess. You have enough pop-ups in your life? You mean kids? So how was your Minecraft session, Ludwig's? Haven't told me. I like you had fun. So, Betsy, when is Path of Exile coming, Pavel? Like officially release of the patch? In the weekend? Also, Pavel and Bestia, can one of you change the fucking color of their name? Thank you very much. To something that no one else has. Like blue or some shit. Friday, 19 Polish, 20 mine. Nice. Are we playing? Marathon? full weekend, no sleep, just drugs. What are they changing? Everything. They introduce a new act. It's like a lot of content. It's it's actually a good update, very good update. But it changes the game in many ways. Luna. So the motherfuckers are painting the walls on the fucking hey hallway. And Luna, it really doesn't like them. Bradley, be worried about queue time. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a problem. Their servers are trash. Like for this beta that I'm playing it, the automatic connects to Frankfurt. Frankfurt is the only server that doesn't work at all for the beta. And everybody was playing, and I was like, "So when is this beta gonna be live?" They're like, "It's live." So why it's not working for me? And then I figured out maybe I should change the server. Any other server works except Frankfurt, which is the automatic one for me. For you also, I think. Is it online even for single player? Yes. And you have to buy the pretty stuff. I played in Milano and I played in London. This those beta. I had so many disconnects, and you know, like it disconnects, it reconnects at the same time, like after 3 seconds, and you lose the map. I fucking hated that shit. You can actually paint. They ever had a freelance gig with Path of Exile? No. We have a guy who's working with Path of Exile, with the GGG team. Path of Exile. Kevin. That's from time to time. Does Romania typically suck for game servers? Romania doesn't usually have game servers. We have good internet, but they don't make servers here for some reason. Kevin didn't reply. He was probably like, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Well, who's bothering me? aired. Norway made a lot of server parks with sea cooling, but don't think they are running any games. I mean, it's, you know. But then again, like GGG is not a company with a lot of money, so the servers that they have are not fantastic. Now Blizzard has like a shit ton of money. They also have shit fucking, servers, which makes me wonder if anyone gives an actual fuck about, you know, players. Everything is 10 cent nowadays, bro. Hey, Tobias. Yeah, it's fine. How good Jensen got missiles. Now I want to put a little bit more color variation in his face. Feel here. Middle. Good feedback. You liked it. Why? Because you did progress. Also, I said we need to refine the head for the likeness, but I told you that from the beginning, Tobias. Why do you feel like that likeness is done? Look at me. I keep changing stuff on the likeness every fucking day. I mean, look, Tobias. We can stop at any point when you feel like you want to stop, right? I don't intend to push anyone to do more than they want to do. But the likeness that you have right now, it's like 60% from where I think it should be. And that's not because, you know, I let it pass. It's because our eyes get used to whatever the fuck we're doing. And then you go back and you start seeing new stuff. And that's a back and forth thing, right? And it's a good example of this, right? Like, this is my current thing, right? Let me show you how much this changed from each save, right? Like my previous save was this, right? It might not look much, but it's a lot, right? Then my previous save before this was this. You see? If I go like on a point where I was already happy with the likeness, I got this, right? This is so different, even though it's recognizable and it looks like it, the person. There's a lot of changes that need to be done, and most of the changes in these three files happen because of Marmoset, right? Because I had to look at Marmoset and actually start checking out stuff, right? And figure out exactly what doesn't work. This was lookalike, and it's kind of like where your likeness is, right? Kind of looks like him, but it's not really there, and we need to push that to get to a point where it's actually looking like the person we're aiming. Now it's gonna be perfect, never, but it needs more work, right? Do I ever do expression blend shape for my likeness? I usually make like an expression for the final. If you go to my station, right, all the characters have a slight expression. The biggest problem that I have with the likeness that you're making, Tobias, is that you're rendering with Arnold, rendering VFX stuff, and it's very difficult for me to look at things the way you're looking at, right? Because your SSS setup and all that shit, all the texture that you're using there are very specific for the render engine that you're using, the lighting setup that you have there, all that shit. Uh, and it makes it a little bit tricky. But in terms of shapes and whatnot, we're gonna have to refine those shapes and get it closer. Right? But you did a lot of progress with the hair. Like if you're looking at what you were sending me, like that long ago, in terms of hair, there's a big improvement in that aspect. Starts to look like hair. Is it perfect? No. Can it be better? Absolutely. But I'm sure you learn stuff doing this, and next time you're gonna do hair, you're gonna have a way easier time figuring out shit. I was saying that rendering in Arnold make it very difficult for me to see what needs to be changed because of the shader setup and all that shit. And it's a little bit of a hassle. But in terms of shapes, we'll sort it out eventually. It like your texturing in Marmoset? It depends. Like if you go crazy as I did here, where I have like a billion fucking hue saturation layers, it gets heavy. The fuck did you do? Berserk. I always texturing Marmoset or using Substance Painter. I haven't textured anything in Substance Painter in a long time. I just look for my students in Substance. Other than that, look, I I said it many times, right? Um, Texturing used to be my favorite part of whatever a character means, right? And Substance managed to fucking ruin it for me. Exclusively Substance Painter. Texturing in Photoshop in the beginning, fantastic. Texturing with DDO, fantastic. Texturing in Substance, complete garbage. Crashes, differences, completely differences in terms of how it looks in Substance, how it looks in any game engine or whatever. Uh, Waiting 30 seconds after every color change, all that shit completely ruined the experience of texturing for me. Completely. I fucking hated it. So when Marmoset actually made this, and you can actually texture in Marmoset, and it looks like the way you want in the game engine. It's actually functional. You can paint on a 4K texture without waiting 40 seconds after each stroke and that shit. For me, that was fantastic. So yeah, no, I don't really texture in Substance. Good enough. Using Marmoset for the blur gradient only is very nice, but you experienced a lot of crashes and bugs. Also, it's not 3D space based, if you're correct, so can't re-import mesh with different UVs. What do you mean? Oh, you mean if you put strokes and shit and then you import with yeah, the strokes are saved on UV, not on 3D space. Crash occurred a lot there using curve layer. I, I Look, I'm not gonna lie. Marmoset it's at least 10,000 times more stable than Substance. Now you're still gonna get crashes if you go haywire, right? Your GPU is gonna last as much as your GPU is gonna last, depending on what VRAM you have and whatnot. That's the only way it crashes. There are very few bugs where it actually crashes because of a software error. Usually it's just the VRAM crashing. Also, the auto saving doesn't last 5 minutes. Well, am I out of space on the C drive? Amount of space on the C drive. Fuck. How the fuck am I out of space on the C drive? I know why. Autosaves from Marmoset, isn't it? Marmoset autosave have 100 gigabytes. Almost lost this fucking scene. Save this though. Also, I think I can do like this. Save this as and save and fucking delete the bake project. This is what makes it very heavy. Normally you should just have it in a separate file. Yeah. Stop, Lori. My Marmoset scene was 3 gigabyte because of the fucking high poly, right? Now it's 170 megabytes. But even though 3 gigabytes, have you seen how fast that shit was saved? That mostly from the grooms. It's all from the grooms. I haven't touched this in any way to edit it. It's just grooming. I just strands. The grooming with the modifiers. I had no edit done at all for this. Better now. It's also Mind if you're not aligning here? I managed to find time for. I haven't had a contract in a long time. You can always use your Prime to subscribe, not get ads. Exactly. You only pay for useless stuff. Or just wait for, you know, erase it to wake up. I think we're good now. One little touch here. I think I pushed this too. Here. I've lost by smoothing. On the low subdivision level, fucks up this stuff. No, that's all. I haven't had a contract in a long time. Just mentorship and streaming. But given how things are, have to pick up a contract. Well, that's the thing. Is lately, like, it used to be a good way for me to, support myself. But lately, people don't really want to learn. They're afraid of AI or some shit. I'm in a tight spot. Yeah, I think people look at 3D and they think that whatever you're going to generate will actually end up in a game when the reality is that everything needs to uh, be very precise. I don't sell on Fab. I'm actually considering. That's why we were looking into XGen and grooming. Make some grooms for MetaHuman or some shit. Put on Fab. Oh, I will. But there must be things to do. I have to make some income. Am I to continue doing this, or just go and grow potatoes? And we're good. Let's reproject this. Look, I've said it before, right? The the number of contract offers that I get lately is very low compared to what it used to be. But the companies cannot go on like this, right? They will realize they keep failing, and they will realize that they actually need professionals, and they can't really uh, do proper games only with the outsource in India. And yeah, I'm at that point in my career also when I'm too experienced and too expensive for most of the studios to hire me. So uh, it's a trade that they don't uh, really want to invest in. They prefer to get some less experienced artists, but much cheaper. It might be time for VTuber modeling. No, if I cannot find a contract or whatever, I'll make some stuff for the market, and I'll start working on my own project. I mean, you guys seen me lately that I dabbed into Unreal more and more, so we'll make something, make a Kickstarter or Patreon for it. Uh, see where it goes. Potatoes outsource studio? No, I'll never make an outsource studio. If I wanted to do that, I could have done it ages ago. Uh, there's others to do that. I don't care about outsourcing. And no, it's not the moment to make another outsource studio, given that there are hundreds of them. And I've seen the salaries that they offer. It's that's the thing that I don't grasp, right? Like there are people. I understand you come from a country where 1,000 euros it's a lot of money, but man, you can make the same money, washing dishes or some shit, or doing some way easier job that doesn't require you 4 or 5 years to get there. And also you compete doing more for less. Exactly. Again, like Pavel, you can also make like a specialized outsource studio, right? Very good at doing some shit at high quality, like war dogs for weapons. But it's too much trouble, way too much. And I'm not a businessman. I said it always. I'm not good at managing stuff. I'm good at art. That's it. What's the rate of outsourcing? I mean, rates vary a lot, but most of the outsourced studios that you see out there will pay 1 to 3k euros before taxes salary. That's most of them. And sorry, but that's fucking, if you work at McDonald's in a Western country, you'll make more money than that. And you don't have to spend countless hours grinding, learning this shit. per month, yes. That's what Airship Interactive is. All of them, Bradley, not only Airship. All of fucking studios. And you can see them also, like the moment when, they're in a country where the salaries kept growing and they cannot afford that kind of salaries paid anymore, they keep moving east. Right? All of them. They go from Western Europe, they went to fucking Eastern Europe. From Eastern Europe, they moved to Asia and Georgia and, you know, they keep going slowly to where the cheap workforce is. But cheap workforce, it's also bad quality. And the big studios got wrecked because of the bad quality lately. And a few more projects failures, and I'm pretty sure, they will reconsider the whole do everything in outsource. In Europe, rates are more 200, 350, depending on the studio reputation. 200, 350 for what? Per day? So you get 4,000 before taxes in the Western studio. That lets you with what? Like 2.5K maybe? But that's only Western Europe. And even in Western Europe, like go to Spain and ask for $300 per day. See what they say. No matter what level you are with the art. If I go to a Spanish studio and ask for 350 a day, they will laugh. Exactly. McDonald's is higher salary. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, I understand studios profit, right? Studios are businesses and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. But you as artist asking, going and accepting a salary that it's so fucking low, it's disgusting. Like art is the one of the most important things. We need art to be humans, right? And being, getting wrecked, like being fucked in the ass and being paid less than a fucking, dishwasher? No. Sorry, but no. And there are other things to do that don't require you to learn ages and, spend countless hours. And what bothers me is that the outsource studios and the ones that are hiring for this low salaries also ask you to have your own licenses and your own PC, your own electrical bills, all that shit adds up to that fucking small salary, which is fucking insane for me. Like go and work with an outsourced studio for 2,000 before taxes, then you pay fucking taxes, which are like 40%, right? So you end up with like, I don't know, 1,300, and then you have to pay rent and electricity and software subscriptions and you know and then you also have to take into account all the years that you work for. Like it's not fucking worth. Like honestly, the fucking minimum salary in the art department of any studio should be at least 3K after taxes, at least, no matter where you are in the world. Like there is, like, with the amount of time that you spend learning fucking 3D, you could have been, a lawyer or a doctor and actually be paid. I was working with an outsourced studio and they ask you to pay for 3ds Max when you already have Maya. Yeah, I mean, studios will work with their preferred software, rather. And you have to oblige. and deliver them in whatever software they're asking. But it's yeah. I mean, they outsource studios expect you to pay for everything. There are very few studios who will, actually give you licenses or stuff. Very few. But there are some that will give you licenses. Uh, I know cases. That one. Yes, I mean that's why people go for them, right? Like they go for outsource because there's a way to be introduced to the gaming world, right? And have something in your CV and some experience that you can push to go for the bigger studios. But bigger studios nowadays don't hire anymore. So you go to outsource studio, you work there for a while, you get some work in your portfolio, and then you realize that the only other place where you can go it's another outsource studio. VFX tech art still have openings, bro. We have in this community plenty people from all aspects of the industry. Trust me, you have to be really fucking good for the big studios to actually hire you. In all, right? They will still hire a good character artist. They will still hire a good environment artist. They will still hire a good VFX or tech artist. Yes, tech art and programming, those are things that definitely are more prone to be in house because they need, a better level of control. But uh, there's room for everyone. But the numbers are way smaller than they used to be because of during the pandemic they figure out that all the production can be moved outside, and they've seen that people are still buying games even if they're crappy, even if they make Skull and Bones kind of quality or Assassin's Creed Valhalla or whatever the fuck you want, right? The reality is that studios will fail. Games will fail. We see more and more examples where people are like, you know what, fuck you and your garbage game, right? Bad quality, bad execution, weird agendas and all that shit, and it influences and impacts the big studios. Now, some of them will close, some of them will take the route of the business and fire up people, but eventually if they want to make money they will have to hire people again, people who are qualified. Now there is no easy route to for that to happen. It's not going to be like tomorrow they're going to start. It's going to be a slow process, just like it was a slow process to get here, where the job offers are quite small and in general outsource stuff. But it's going to get there again. I have no doubt about it. Games, the game industry still remains the biggest industry in the world. Everybody plays games, right? It's especially in our days where everybody has a phone or a laptop or a console, and people are just entertaining themselves playing games way more than they're doing it watching movies or reading books or anything else, right? So games will stay. The the AI will not take our jobs for a long time, and especially not in the way you think it will. Uh, AI will be good for a lot of technicalities, and a lot of like the repetitive process will disappear, right? You won't need to make 1 billion rocks anymore by hand. You will be able to generate stuff like that. But for characters, especially where you need to be very precise and very close to the original concept, we need like a crazy good AI, and also we need an AI that is trained on uh, on good work, which is show it to me. And you need a big library of fucking great characters to fed to an AI for it to learn how to make a character. AI right now, what people are keep talking about, photo editing and video editing, generating bullshit. That's literally exactly what NFTs were, right? For a very good technology as blockchain is, which make sure that everything is owned by the right person and you know, can it's set up in stone. They just promoted NFTs, which were like bullshit. Exactly, which is happening right now with the image generator and video generators. And while it's cool for people to post on their fucking Instagram, it's definitely not even close to production quality. You want something very specific, you're never gonna get it out from a fucking AI. Not even like like Photoshop has the AI thing, right? Where you paint a mask and say like make a fucking bird on a dude's shoulder, right? It's gonna make a bird, but if you want a very specific bird in a very specific pose with a very specific look, good luck with that. I would not stress about AI, but the kids are stressed, and that's why the mentorship is going slowly. Can't can't do anything about it, can you? And the problem with AI, especially with image generating and video generating AI, is that it it keeps getting trained on other AI generated stuff, right? And instead of getting better, it's only gonna get worse. Like, and that's a fact. Like the people who are actually improving, like they're building neural networks that actually work, are those who are doing them in house on the a very specific set of data trained, right? I need some tea. Hmm. AI for voice acting definitely will be a thing. AI will like voice, that's gonna disappear. And there are already AIs out there that you cannot distinguish from humans. Like no, with all the breakups and everything, like no, AI will go places when it comes to voice acting. Those people will definitely lose their jobs. AI is killing concept market though. Not if you actually need a very specific. You can use the AI as a tool to generate like ideas and paint over, but only AI stuff. Right now, it's used by some studios, and I know studios are using, but it's like so fucking random, and there's a lot of uh, design done by the 3D artists because the fucking concept it's so generic and not functional, and also zero art direction. Yes, Ludwigs, but the generic NPC character in your fucking game will not be a paid actor anymore. Yes, but let's AI. It's meant to be a tool, and it's gonna be a tool. I have no doubt we're gonna have AI that's gonna simplify a lot of the repetitive process. And for a concept artist, for someone drawing, right? Being able to generate like 10 ideas like that and then figure out what where to go from there, it's a big advantage. And like I understand that the whole conflict is because of how the AIs were trained, but the idea is good, right? It's important to use the AI as a tool because it's gonna uh, improve the end result, but not just AI. Not my mom coming, going to Mid Journey, pulling up a fucking image and say like, "This is your concept for the game that you're making." That's stupid. You still need a person behind it to actually understand what needs to be done and to work with the AI result to get a good uh, input for the art team, for the 3D art team. But again, we'll see what it's going to be. I feel like the people are panicking for no reason. Changes in technology always happen, right? People lost their jobs or people adopted in a different direction, right? I always give the example with the when I joined the game industry, 3D artists were not making textures, right? We were only making models, high poly, low poly, bakes, whatever. But the actual textures were done by a team of 2D artists, right? That's what they were, texture artists. That was their name, and they were doing textures, Photoshop stuff, right? Now, then it appeared, right, like DDO, Substance, and whatnot. Those 2D artists that were only making texture had to adapt, right? Because any 3D artist was able now to make textures also. So they either moved into learning this software and becoming, really good at it and material artists and whatnot, or they learned 3D, right? So they kind of adapted. But the only texture artist job kind of disappeared, right? No studio is hiring now texture artists. They hire technical material artists, sure, but no texture artists, right? That will go and texture the fucking 3D models that I sculpt. And that's gonna be with the AI also, right? It's gonna add and modify our jobs and the way we perceive the things in a way that's only gonna make it better. But you guys need to understand it's the same with the Unreal, right? Like now you have unlimited polygons with Nanite and cool lighting with Lumen and all that shit, and you can put fucking billions of stuff. The problem is that the technology evolves, the AI evolves, a lot of stuff gets more complicated and more believable, but that means the amount of like a game that had only props that had 40 triangles and they were uber simplified, the time required to make those props was very small compared to what you need to do now if you want to make like an uber realistic game in Unreal with Nanite. So you're gonna need to speed up the process, and AI will help speed up the process to kind of get to the same development times as we had for the old games, right? Like 2 years, 3 years for a fucking game. Instead of, because if you actually want to manually do a full fucking game all nanite, like make Assassin's Creed the first game, but now nanite and all high quality and 4K textures, it's gonna take you 10 years to make it with the same amount of people. It's not feasible, right? So you're gonna need AI to simplify the process, some of the processes, like scaling up textures, adding details to textures, uh, all terrain generating stuff, right? Creating rocks, shit like that will have to happen by AI. But that doesn't mean people will not have jobs anymore. Like insane to think that you're gonna press a button and you're gonna have a main character pulled out of their ass. That's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon anyway. Be right back because I need tea. I'm back. One. No, no, I already made it. Yeah, pretty much done. What tea do I drink? Black tea. I have some tea from Twinning. Fuck me with that tea. Why? Said to try chamomile and honey. And don't tell me you hated it. Where is the best? I buy what I can buy, bro. I've been to multiple shops here in Poland, Malta, and London and never found one. What do you mean? Where do you live in Poland, Pavel? In Krakow. Phoenix is a British company, yeah, but you can find it. What's with them is that they're all over the world. Hey, look here. Someone dropped some coin. Junie. Hey, Jack. Let's see what message Junie has for me. Donated on Ko-Fi. Let's see. Hi, name by name. Okay. Why buy, Junie? Search for it for half a year. Finish work at 6 a.m., so should be asleep. Well, go to sleep, bro, then. Have a good sleep. My tea is fucking hot. I drink with milk. No, the black tea I drink with milk. Like a heathen. I even put milk in the coffee. Yeah. What a weird fucking concept, right?
I've got this really great friend, Nimrod. He's like really fantastic. Go check him out. Go subscribe to him. Yeah, let's go.
Maya, let's go. What's my favorite meal? Uh, I have multiple. If I have to pick one like that, it would be stuffed peppers. You know those boba teas? I never had boba tea. Like I don't know why people will drink that shit with balls. Also, I fucking hate green tea. I've heard about the Hoj. Looks interesting. I guess it can be used for stuff. Probably Stefan would love that for his braid. Feel free to buy it for me, Dominic. Also, it's not working for my 2022. Don't buy it. A Hoj, the one that Dominic linked up there. Also, hi, Dominic. Stuffed peppers and lasagna are your absolute favorites. I'm not a big fan of lasagna, but stuffed peppers, man, I could eat that shit all fucking times. Just curves carries. We're talking about curve stuff or grooms, Bradley, not polygonal here. You're good with Houdini. Now you like Houdini, huh? Uh, do I have any 3D fashion students? What do you mean 3D fashion? Like people who only make clothing? I had people joining only to learn how to make clothing. That's your question. The simple fact that you can edit here and seeing it at the same time. What do you mean? Can edit here and seeing it at the same time? Oh, you mean without clicking the button to generate it again? Yeah, but I think that's only XGen because it's built on such a fucking old framework. Or Natrix is doing it automatically. I think Yeti also. You can with the new XGen in the interactive groom. Yeah, but that's also uh, it's not non-destructible anymore. I mean, it's partially non-destructible. You have to start from a groom that you cannot go back. Right? I've seen people actually using the interactive one, and it feels good. Like there was that this guy on our station. Where is my station? Where is it? Because it's still in trending here. I cannot see it. Why am I blind? This. You seen this? Like this guy is doing it like normal groom, and at some point he gives up, and it's generating the interactive groom out of this. Right? And then he refines the hair with the interactive groom. And he's doing a pretty good job with it. And you still have like modifiers and whatnot, but you need to start from a base of curves, right? That you generated with the normal action. But I don't see any point to not use this, to be honest, because once you're happy with your groom, refining it with the interactive groom seems like the correct idea. Like separating, clamps and shit like that, and refining volumes way better than just using the fucking spline control. Hey Shakahara. And also like the fact that you can add and remove strands like so easily, it's actually pretty fucking solid. It doesn't matter, Stefan, because once you made the groom, it doesn't matter how you make the fucking groom. Hey Benedict. No matter how you make the fucking groom, you can generate curves from it. And if you generate curves, then you can rebuild it in any way you want, right? If you need it with fucking XGen, you can just rebuild it. So that's not a problem. It's exactly the same what I'm doing with Ornatrix sometimes, right? Like I'm making some hair, I generate like hair from guides, but then I'm converting the hair again back to guides. It's the process is going right, like the moment when you're able to modify stuff. What it's important and where Maya fucking fails is that you need to save with iterations. Always save us, save us, save us, save us. Never fucking save and overwrite your shit. You always need to be able to go back and rebuild your shit or modify your shit. That's why I say it's a little bit destructive, because you cannot go back to your original splice, right? You can only go back to whatever you exported, right? But you can preserve, the modifiers and whatnot. Re-import your fucking basic splice that you modified and try again, more or less. You have to convert it to interactive groom if you want to export it as Alembic. Really? You knew that. Also, Lukasz and Stefan, can one of you change the fucking color, please? Before I lose my mind. How's my day going? It's going places. That's your color. Can your color be a little bit different so I can actually pick up people talking? You're staying orange. Is that a haircut in next gen? You're talking about what was earlier with that Monkey King? Yes. Come on, guys. Just stop being dicks. Am I gonna make a haircut in next gen? Yes. I mean, we'll try. If next gen will piss me enough, I might actually go to fucking Houdini. Thank you, Stefan. Highly appreciated. As I said, like if I'm working and I quick glancing, right, and you guys have the fucking same color and pretty much the same length for the name, I'm gonna reply to weird people. Is XGen more efficient workflow than using hair strand designer and manually placing hair cards, or do you have separate? We're not doing cards here, Shaka. Hair cards, like it's a different type of hair. Need to pay for turbo for all the colors. The newer versions of Maya, they really have improved XGen. Yeah, I'll go buy the subscription for newer Maya. Definitely. That's definitely gonna give more money to Autodesk. No. Potato brownie wanted. Okay, and let me see if I can recall how this stupid shit works. Do I keep the whole head or we select polygons? Hmm? Maya is beating me. Was What was it? Control to remove, right? And shift to add. What bothers me when you have a scalp like this is that if you unhide the head to see how the hair looks like, sometimes like and you try to paint a mask, right? You're not gonna see the mask. First time you see people selecting polygons like this. How do you select polygons, Paul? Here's the whole head. Yeah, I mean, in most of the cases, it's fine. No, I'll show you. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. It should be fine, right? If we have like some, we had some. So let's see, we have this, right? Let's make a description. Okay, we put a few of this, right? If I wanna go in here and paint a density map. See what's happening? If I'm trying to paint here, I won't see this because this motherfucking head, it's on top. Right? Now it's working. But if I unhide this, sometimes you want to paint and you won't see where you're painting. I have my 2022 Nori. I suppose the newer versions have new stuff. That's the issue that I have. I don't know what going into facing and holding tab does. I don't really grasp how is that gonna help me. Also, tab is not doing anything. So this is why I prefer to not have, like, I prefer to have the head, because right now I actually need to fucking hide the head and actually have the head base on visible and actually be able to paint, you know, fucking maps. I need to save the scene. Now we can actually save this. A forward. It's totally unworthy. Let's go Houdini. That might be a problem. We'll give it a try and see how this hairstyle can be done, if I can do it with grooming tools. I'm not good at grooming, so don't expect magic from me. I'm also very little accustomed with texture. We're learning. But I mean, the principles are the same in the end. It was like an anti-aliasing discourse, right? Can you not force display priority in Maya to have your selected part always display on top? I don't know. I don't even know how to do that, or if it would work. It doesn't matter in the end, right? They can work. Why this is good to have this kind of stuff so you don't, end up having like some fucking stupid hair popping on the fucking ear or shit like that. Which happens also because XGen it's also a very special thing, right? Even if you paint this, and even if you use like what the fuck was the very harsh, even if you use like very harsh edges, it will sometimes still uh, place hairs in positions where they should not be. And sometimes it will still have like strands that are, away. Is it better to render characters in Unreal Engine or something like a rendering software? But wherever you render characters, it's good for depending on what you're doing. If you're making characters for a game, you're not going to render it in Arnold. It needs to be in a fucking game, isn't it? So, you want to pick up at least for presentation, at least something that it's game related, like a game engine or at least Marmoset. You want to make something for movies, then yeah, go for whatever offline renderer you want. But start with some simple. Do you guys know the shortcuts for moving and adding strands? What do, setting the head as template in layers allow the paint to be visible. Uh, that means I need to make layers. No, no, I'm asking if you know the shortcut to move, to groom. Control left click on surface to add. So what were you saying to do for this layer? To set it as template? Why is it fucking why is it view through? Let's see. Nope. See? Or do I need to make another layer for this? Let's try again. Nope. Yeah, Lori, I'm using Ornatrix in 3ds Max. I can do this hairstyle with Ornatrix without a fucking problem in 3ds Max, but I try to dive a little bit into XGen for my students who are using XGen consistently. If I use the see-through, what's see-through? I make this as a template. Yeah. What's the wasn't the shift to control the size of the brush, or it's only one? It's B. Ah, lovely. Um, thank you. Okay, Nori. Good luck with Agenda X. Legacy 1 is really garbage. Yeah, that's how it is. But then again, having this fucking layer like this doesn't help me in any way. So is there a fucking shortcut for this sculpt guides thing? Yeah, I fixed it. This is the kind of shit I hate. Probably for this kind of stuff we need like just a small number of clumps. Am I using glass surface? No, not that I think of. Uh-huh. There isn't because fucking Maya. Like it has shortcuts for you can set up shortcuts for preview guide tool, visualization, expression editor, export, convert to polygon, convert to interactive groom, but not for the actual tools. Like it's fucking crazy. Okay. Motherfucker. Can you use XGen inside of Unreal in gameplay? Yes. A lot of games are using groomed hair nowadays. Shift right click, it's giving me like modeling stuff, not the XGen. Yeah, that's what I did, and I don't know why this is like 0.1. I don't know why it was fucking around. I'm curious for those of you who know XGen. Can you put like a gradient? Like for example, if I use a cut here. Fuck is cut? Why am I blind? Right? Whoa, what the fuck is this result? Oh, how the fuck did I put a coil? If I use a cut, right? And I want this to be a fucking gradient, like a position gradient. Can I generate it easily, or do I have to fucking actually paint a gradient? What the fuck? Not updating if it's out of the fucking screen. Probably paint, huh? Makes sense.
I've got this really great friend, Nimlot. He's
How
like
about
really
ramp?
fantastic. Go check him out. Go
I don't know,
subscribe
can
to
you?
him. Yeah,
Add a ramp?
let's go.
Can I use a fucking expression? Can?
Happy birthday Nimlot.
Good morning. You wish there would be a search bar, huh? How do you like this, right? Is there a ramp? There is no ramp. Is it my birthday? No, why? Because Ken said happy birthday. Yes. It's my birthday. Yes. Where's my gifts? Yeah, I guess. I guess not. Yeah, the simplest way is to cut mask. Right? Wait, paint a little bit with black. You could only see. And then blur the shit out of it, right? Oh, stop it. Starts to bother me. But it's not working. Why is the mask not working? My life plans is free today for me. Wow. 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 No. Is this from 1 to 0, 1? Oh yeah, this fucking cut. It's like dumb, isn't it? This is just the mask where it's using it, not the mask for the amount. Oh, reset to slider. This is the cut amount. I'm going live every day? No. Go on live when I have time to go live. Mm. Alright, it's inverted. Lovely. Also, the gradient is doing a very poorly job. Also, what the fuck is inverted? Oh, it. Good fucking god. How is this a real software? My question. What's this shit? Run this actually. Right. No? Best decision of your career was to ditch this software. I can agree. How long before I rage quit? It will take a little bit. I cannot control this fucking map in any fucking way. I can only just fucking paint on it. Also, how the fuck the values here, which are grays, are not pulling through? I just create the gradient in Marmoset and import it as a mask? Probably. Can you import a fucking map? Or only create? No, you can open a map. But the question is, like, why the control sucks? There are other modifiers and not cut. I want to know if you can make a gradient for the length based on a map. Like if I want to make a fade, right, for example, for a short hair. With your matrix is an easy. If I can make a, you just take the position map. You can normally. Yeah, how? So this motherfucker knows only yes or no. But it's working as values. The amount only very poorly. Like I want a nice fucking fade, right? So I want a gradient from normal length to, let's say, 0, which is white, but an actual fucking gradient. Like I should still have strands here. Where are they? I have to do a slider for the value and multiply it by the map. Even if I have to do like a, this is the map, right? But I'm sure there is a solution, right? Using the expression editor. But my question is, if I have a fucking map as I have right now, from black to white, right? Why the fuck the gradient value is not correct? It does. It has an idea about value, right? You can have short hairs, right? It's just that it's like using, I don't know, 2 bits of information instead of 8. So it's like a banding or some shit. Yeah, but it's not about the resolution of the mask. The resolution of the mask is to be able to paint like more in detail or not. Right? Like that's irrelevant. Right? Okay, I can put here, 80, and I'll be, able to. I'll be able to paint like in more detail, right? But still, the transition, like I should have hairs here where I have like low values of gray. Like the
Hey, Georgia.
only, hey, like the only place where I should not have hair, it's where it's pure white, right? Meaning here.
Welcome to Action, Georgian.
Like this is the only place where I should not have hair, where it's white. Where I have fucking grays, I should have hairs, short, but I should still have fucking hair.
Let me see. The
Not my
thing with
pet.
the cut is kind of weird. I don't remember if you're putting in the value the length of the cut you want, or if you put like the total length. I don't know if you. The length is about the part that is cut or the part that is remaining after the cut. I don't remember that.
The part that is cut, the amount that is cut, it's the white.
Let me see. Okay.
No, the density map, look bro, without this, I have hair all the way here, right? So my density map, it's all the way here. Like this hair should be just short, not fucking disappear
It's not
on
a
the gray
problem
area.
of the density map. I think it's a problem of value because yeah, the cut is like you have to put the right amount of cut or stuff like that. I think it's. Let me see. I'm trying to do real quick a setup. I need a clamp first. Tuck.
How I painted it makes no difference, Lukash. The result is the same, right? The moment when I go in here and I fucking smooth this out and I have gray values, this fucking gray values should still retain fucking hair there, which it doesn't, right? It's just using like a limited amount of information. It's like I would have a compressed levels.
Where is it?
Yes, by default it's 0, 1, as it should be, right? Black meaning no haircut, white meaning cut. The gray values are not doing the right thing. That's what I'm talking about. Like if I go in here, right, and I put like a 0.5 value, right, and I put it here, this should actually fucking be like half the length of the strand, which is not. As you can see, these are very, very short hairs compared to the original strand. So that means the gradient value is not working properly. I'm painting the amount, bro, not the mask. The mask is where it's happening. The amount is how much it's happening. The mask, it's everywhere now.
Okay.
So it's happening all across the fucking hair. The amount, it's the value that is here. So the gray value should be 0.5, right? The hair should be half the fucking length. You know probably why?
Maybe it's right about where you have to put the map. I'm gonna trust that. It's like say one. Okay. So if I put the map here, create a map in black. Great.
It doesn't matter less, right? Look, even in untoned, right? The gray values should have fucking hair, right? I should have hair all the way from here to here, which I don't. Like, it doesn't matter what value I have displayed here. If I have a fucking gradient from black to white, I should have a fucking gradient in length from long to cut to 0. Right? But it should be a fucking gradient for the whole fucking area.
It's not working.
Do length, not cut. Which length do you want me to do?
There is not length. Oh, you have length on the primitive like parts. On the primitive attribute tab, on you have the length, but I will not do that also.
But that's the length of the fucking guides.
No, it's the length actually of the
This
hair.
one here.
Yeah. No, upper. You have
This one, you mean?
after. Yes, this one.
Okay. Let's try like this.
You can see.
No. I'll prove you that the fucking gradients are broken everywhere.
Oh yeah,
No
the
problem.
gradients are broken. I agree. The gradients are fucking broken in XJ. Especially with the fucking paint tool that is shit.
Right. So, what value should I put in here for this to work?
Normally, if you paint black, should mean like the length should be alright. But even if you put the mask on the length, you have to multiply it by a value.
This is how it works, right? Yeah, if I have a fucking gradient, it's gonna do the right job, right?
Oh, it doesn't work.
Also, when you use this length, not what it's doing, it's like scaling the fucking
Yes.
hair, right? Instead
That's
of actually using the fucking
it.
modifier. Because I don't need it to, use the modifiers afterwards and fucking try to clamp those small hairs into a single fucking point afterwards, right? I want to cut after I did the fucking clamping and noise. So length is not an option. Let's set to slider.
But if you use that cut also, I think you're gonna be fucked because it's gonna cut, but it's gonna cut inside your clamp. I don't know if you see what I mean. Like your hair are not gonna be clumpy anymore.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay, if that's what
It's
you
fine.
want.
Like if my hairs are going like this, right? And I cut, right? I expect the hair to be cut here, right? So the hairs will end up like this. I'm absolutely fine with that. But I want to be able to make the fucking gradient. if it's possible. If not, we're gonna just stick to having the fucking guides having a gradient in terms of length.
Why my paint tool is not? Oh my god. Let's do a new scene. What project I'm on?
Like, let me show you. Like here, right? The fucking motherfucker.
My god, I'm not in the good project, that's why. Set projects.
Come on. Can you select the fucking mesh? Thank you. Right? If I have this motherfucker, let me actually see. Right? Let's say this is gonna be like long, right? If I use the length strand here, and I'll bring in like a gradient. Uh, this fucking gradient is stupid. Or another has the problem that I cannot paint those maps. Stupid shit.
Like my pen tool is not working. You
I
want
had
to
a,
fuck with me? Actually,
had a weird sickness. Why the fuck is this not? How the fuck did I broke this? Why is this not fucking working? Why are you broken also? I think it just broke. By default, I import map in sRGB, but those maps are not even imported, right? Like these maps are generated. I know I to control how these maps are generated.
okay. My pen tool is working. Nice. Mm, But yeah, the gradient on next gen are stupid. Like really stupid.
Where the fuck did I save this? A minimum.
Okay, so if I add a cut, there's a cut. Let's put 1, for example. Oh, 1 is too much. 2, 0.2. Okay, create a map in black.
Where the fuck do I aim? I
Right,
cannot.
another painting.
I cannot even fucking input a map.
You can, but you have to pass through the hypergraph, I think.
He's French. Ignore him.
Oh,
So
the hypershade or the hypergraph. I mean,
how do I import a map?
let me see. You have to go to Window. I think it's on. Where is it?
Hypershade.
Yeah, the hypershade. What the fuck?
Okay, and
And so let me do it with you. So if you click on your model, and then on the hypershade, you have to click on the 2 arrows that are like in the middle. You see, you have like a lot of buttons in the middle.
mm-hmm.
And the second one, normally, if you have your
Okay.
model selected and you click on that, you should see all your maps, right?
Oh, okay.
And then you can replace your map here.
How do I replace some fucking map though?
So yeah,
Oh, this is the map, right?
yeah, those are the maps. So you can change if you want. Like for example, you have the path normally, and you can select another map.
Let me see a thing. Is this actually working? Do I have to save anything?
Normally, if you just replace the map, it's okay.
Might
Yeah,
be
it
because
didn't
of the fucking sRGB.
did it in a while, but I think this is the way. We can try to regenerate, maybe.
Is it possible to add a gradient node in the node editor graph? Yeah, probably yes.
But yeah, I will put the map not in the amount, but in the mask.
No, bro. Why would you put in the mask? Mask says where
Because
to cut, not how much
yes,
to cut.
no, it's a multiplication. So, for example, it's
No.
where to cut, but by the amount you're putting.
Yes, but if the amount it's, bro.
It's a multiplication.
No, it's not.
I think
Bro,
so.
you're drunk.
No?
Like the mask represents where to cut, right? If I paint the
Yes.
mask, it's only gonna cut here in this area.
Yeah, but it's also
With
putting
with the
with
amount that I set up, right? But only the mask, it's only controlling where it's gonna cut. That mask is binary though. No, it's not. It's not. If it would be binary, I would not have these short hairs here. It's just not having the correct gradient, which probably is the way, oh, based on the color space that it's using or some shit. I have no other explanation for it.
because right now you're not putting any amounts anywhere.
This is the amount, bro. From black to white, which determines
Yeah, but it doesn't know which amount is black and which amount is white. I mean, black obviously is
it
going to be
knows
zero.
the black is going to be the value of the hair that already exists, and zero is going to be non-existent, like zero, short,
I
disappearing.
don't think this is working that way.
That's exactly how it should
Honestly.
work. It makes no fucking sense otherwise.
But you can do a slider. I mean,
Because I
normally.
could,
So.
I can also paint here, you know, like a different value, like a gray value. Now it disappeared completely. What the fuck? How does this make any sense?
Welcome to Action. But anyway, you can also
You see
do a slider.
how poor, like at 50%, it completely disappears. It's only like using half of the fucking gradient.
So how can we do a slider again? In Action. I think it's equals
It's clamped or some shit. Because you see like 50% gray, basically. I don't know if it's 50, but halfway through, this is like no hair. So if I actually want a gradient, it needs to be from black to like this gray, right? This is like the value, the minimum value that I'm allowed to have. But even that, like, is doing such a fucking poor job. %80 black is gonna be probably almost this length of the, like it's doing sort of a gradient, right? Put a bit more density. Kinda works, yes, kinda. That pennant.
Oh, fuck. Except okay, there we go. Everywhere right now. And I can paint my mask normally to full.
This is also the worst fucking thing about XGen, right? You modify something, and if it's off screen, it just doesn't make it. You have to zoom out. It's so stupid. Like the updating thing is like so terrible.
It is. Okay, save. But if I want to have a big blur. Okay, yes, you can do with an expression to have a map that is multiplied by the value if you want to give it a value. But to do a gradient with XGen is, I mean, with the Maya tools, it's stupid as fuck. Like really stupid.
Also, this fucking... What's the value here? Is it 1?
The value here is the value of the clump. So if you put clump to 1, it's going to be a value... No, it's value 0 on top and 1 at the end, I think.
No, because this actually says selected value 1.
Yeah. But it's stupid. Bro, it's fucking stupid.
What annoys me the most about this shit, about clamping and whatnot, and in general what you're doing in Maya with here, is that instead of preserving the roots where they're supposed to be, right? Like let's say you're doing a simple clamp, right? Let's put this to 0. Right, let's presume you have like a simple clamp here. Generate. Right, he's making clamps. So initially, the roots are evenly distributed, theory, right? Before you're clamping, right? Like the distance in between the strands, it's equal, right? And then you make a clamp that it's taking the strands, right? And they just point into a single direction, right? Right. This is what this is doing, right? Like it retains the roots, and they all go into a single direction, except that at the root level, right, it remains there. But the moment when you move this, you can move outside the flow of the hair, right? You can go outwards, and you can see that this is not linear. You see this shit? Like I'm moving linear, but the movement on the fucking hairs is randomized somehow, which makes no fucking sense. But not only that, right? Now you have some clumps that are all still like that, right? If you put a noise on top, it's gonna fuck up with the strands, but still retain those roots. But at some point, when you move around things and you keep adding stuff, it's gonna displace the fucking roots from the position where they are. That's why you often see strands that are not following the same volume and they just go places, which it's beyond my fucking understanding. Now, obviously, you don't stress that much for this if you're doing like something for Unreal or whatever. When you're also going to be limited, but like there are so many small things that you need to be careful with for this to actually properly work. It's stupid. And all the fucking noise effects and whatever you're putting in there is gonna just go haywire. Like the noise, it's pushing stuff so far away from things in ways that you cannot even comprehend. And what I hate about the X-Gen, like probably the most, um, is the fact that you modify the CV count and everything changes. Like, look at this shit. Also, what I fucking love about Ornatrix is the fact that you can actually push the hair out of the fucking shell, right? Can you do that in X-Gen?
No, you cannot do it, but you can do it with Houdini. Just saying.
With what?
Houdini.
Oh, with Houdini.
Just saying. Let me see something. Create map. Okay. Yeah, you're right about the mask. It's on or off. So if you want a map with a value, you have to create like a slider and multiply it by the map. Like, where is my Discord? So I can share my screen.
Again, I was just curious about this fucking gradient because I did in Ornatrix for quite a few characters like fades and shit like that, right? And it's a simple fucking map input, and it works from the fucking boxer. What you did there was to have a control on how much, right? You paint
Yeah.
black and white, and then you have a control
You
on
have
how
a control
much, right?
on how much is white, basically.
Exactly. I mean, you have to put it to 0.5 to actually, be zero.
Oh, if I put 0, it's 0.
And if you put 1, if you put 0.5, it's already done.
I mean, it's because my hair are not that length, but if I like go crazy with the length, because it's not a percentage of the value here on the cut. It's not a percentage. It's actually a distance. Which is kind of weird. I mean, you can, with some maths, because you have the length of each, you can have like a variable for the length. So with some maths, you could transfer this to a percentage instead of a distance. But yeah. But the expression for that is pretty simple.
That value is basically just it's not the amount, like the length of the strand. It's a predetermined length that it's cutting from. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, kind of.
Like if you say 1, it's going to be 1 centimeter or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Instead of being, 100% of the strand.
Yeah, but I think you can do it also because you have access to the length of the strand. So you just have to transform this value to. I think it's pretty simple.
Hey there. Didn't you sub like a week ago?
Let me see.
That's the amount of the cut percent? No, it's not. That's the thing.
Equals what's C length? Yes, C length. Multiply by.
Like the amount here doesn't represent the amount. It's like if you have a hair that is 10 centimeters and you put the amount 1, it's not going to cut everything, is it?
So here, if I
10 or units or whatever, right? Whatever unit you have.
Yeah. So see, I did like do it with a percentage right now. So if I'm putting 1, normally it's cutting everywhere except where I have this gradient. It's pretty simple.
Do I plan on using shell for the hair? No. We're doing groom here.
Maybe that's what you want actually, to have like something like that. Like to be able to cut 100% of the length. I don't know if you're looking at my screen.
I am.
So if you want to set up like this, it's pretty simple to do.
I want the gradient to work, to actually have a
actually, with that thing, it's kind of working better because...
Can you blur that map more?
Yeah, I can.
Tell me that it actually works, because right now...
I'm gonna blur more, but I don't know if I can...
Because I can see the clamping on your side also, right? From like the full length to no hair. The gradient is very abrupt.
Yeah, but because it's also because we have to take like I don't know, a very bigger brush or something like this. Maybe
you can paint with like opacity.
Normally, if I blur.
Yeah, on the Sims we don't talk about that shit, right?
Yeah, that's why you need a scalp normally, not to have a sim. That's stupid also, yeah, right. Paint here, opacity just on here. Come on, bro. But I'm painting on the black.
You can paint with control, right? You don't have to change the...
Oh yeah. The value. Oh yeah, to black and white. Let's see. Let's select this. Yeah. Not really working the gradient because it's fucking action.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The way
I
it
know
interprets
it's
the map is very broken. That's the broken
it's
part.
stupid, yeah. But I think if you import the map like for an external tool, it's doing a way better job, honestly.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure about that.
Have you tried it?
I think I tried, honestly, but I can try if you want right now. Let's open Marmoset.
I still have this. And still have that custom map, right? Yeah.
We want it black. And why I'm not saying it?
Ask black. So I can just do ingredient.
Okay. Let's see. Nice mousse. Hop. There. Let's see. Like this.
See where the fuck was that?
Okay.
The mount. Cut the mount. What is this? Maybe just copy it in the same folder. So
Just a step output. So where is output?
Here. Images. I'm spending with the fucking. I don't think Hypershade is actually updating this one.
Yeah.
Do I need to save something?
Normally, no, because it's weird. It doesn't work that way. Maybe it's not the way it should work. Let me see. And
It's not loading this one.
where's it?
Oh, you have to
Oh,
press save, bro.
it's a month. I didn't put it in the good. Okay.
Yeah, I
You have
just
to-
used it. I just used the gradient.
So it's working, right?
No.
Let me see. Yeah, but I think if you put my expression with that, it's gonna work the way you want.
Bro, this is not a fucking gradient, okay?
Yeah, but it's normal right now, I think.
How is this normal?
Let's try. Let's try with my expression.
Oh,
Let me see.
Give me that
Let me
fucking
see.
expression.
Yeah, but you have to just to put your map instead of mine, right? I'm gonna put you. Here. Where are you, Georgian? Here. There. So you click on the expression button. Yes, and you just keep your map, like the path of your map. Somewhere you can copy paste mine. Yeah, and just replace p equal map by your map, because right now you're not. You see on the expression.
I need to copy this.
Yes, and you can delete it after that. The first line. Remove the first line because it's not gonna work. I think if you don't remove your first line of your expression. Yes. Oops, apply. Yeah, there you go. It's working better with a gradient, right?
A bit better.
No, it's absolutely better. It's not a bit, it's totally better, man.
Fine, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, because right now you have the amount you're putting is a percentage of the length of the hair. So if you put 1, it's gonna cut it like at 100%. So it's going to go from 0 to 1. 0, no effect. 1, you have more effect. But this is also why this workflow, why XGen is a bit powerful, because you can use expression
the
and
expressions
sliders and stuff like that.
are fucking something.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, I will not recommend to paint.
I cannot paint.
Because you have an external map right now. Oh, on the... But the mask is on and off. So it's if
Yeah.
the value is
I don't know why
greater...
the fuck it changed the fucking thing.
Yep. Stupid. Again.
I know it's working.
Okay, I'm gonna go backpacking.
Go backpacking.
It's not like I'm moving in 2 days, but yes, it is.
Quite fun.
Well, it's almost ready, so it's okay. I just have to, pack my computer and stuff, but I'm gonna do it like the day before moving, just so it's okay.
Back to packing.
Back to packing. Sorry, Ludwig.
Friday he's gone.
Yeah. Fridays I'm gone, and then we have to wait also until I think the internet is gonna come at Thursday, something like that. But before we have to also go to my girlfriend apartment and empty it and
You know what? I'm curious.
what?
Like, I.
Hi, Nim. It's the pal.
Hey Morty.
How you guys doing?
Fucking great.
Yay.
Uh huh.
Ah.
Based also on the length of the fucking guys.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Hey, David. Hey, Pavel. I'm
Actually, this got broken. The fuck?
Benedictus.
Not doing anything anymore.
Try to reload the hair maybe, or to save your maps.
Also, why the fuck did these guides remain? Like I move the slider, the guides become thick.
What the fuck?
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, again, in a nutshell, yeah.
I think I managed to crash it. No?
No, you didn't crash, but you're making crazy. Maybe the cut is not working anymore.
Also, what?
That's stupid.
That's thinking
Because
so
you
much.
change the length. Or maybe you have to rebuild the guide as you change the length.
Yeah, but I wanna undo. No. I did so many fucking
Oh,
changes.
bro, there is something you have to know about action. There's no undo.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, congrats. But normally there is no undo in action.
But this is not working anymore.
Oh my god, bro.
It's like, nope. Oh no, I know. It was the
Or
mask,
maybe it's
bro.
the
It was the
mask.
mask,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, because the mask is at 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so
After I refreshed.
so it should work also if you change the length
Mhm.
of the hair. I think.
The question is how it will work.
I mean, it will work based on the length of the hair.
Uh-huh.
It's like if you put 0, 1, it's gonna go from. So yeah,
They said it's percentage, right? So
yeah,
one should cut it completely.
yeah. But it depends of the value of the. It's multiplied by the value of your mask, of your map. So if the map is not completely white,
This is completely white here.
is it?
Mm-hmm.
Normally it's based on the length because yeah, multiply the value of the
Well, no,
map
it's not
by the
completely,
length.
but it's that gradient that I import.
Yeah, see? I'm
But
always
still,
right.
like,
You cannot beat the math, okay?
shouldn't it be like shorter though?
I mean, you have pretty long hair, so
Now I
even
crashed.
20% is. Did you? Oh yeah, you did. Finally. Control Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Control Z is not an option with Action. I mean, massive Control Z is not an option. You can do it once, two times, but not like 10 times. Oh yeah.
XGen is lovely.
Odini is better. Odini is
Can you
way better.
export from Houdini? You can't, right? From the
Yeah.
free
Yeah.
version? Can you export?
No, not from the free one. Sadly. You cannot. That's kind of stupid actually, because if you want to make work with Houdini and present it that you can use it, but you cannot because you cannot export. So life is life.
Is there any software out there that's not fucking expensive? But yeah, Houdini is not that cheap. How much is it?
300, I think, a year for an indie, maybe more. Let me see. Pricing. Projects.
Oh, it's like, oh no, it's actually cheap. It's like $270 per year.
Oh yeah. It's not that expensive.
270 per year.
Yeah.
But to set up something with Houdini, it's yeah, you have to.
The thing is, if you
learn a lot of
actually
shit.
have the fucking education version, you can actually export with that shit. But it you need to be, from a school.
That's like Marmoset and so on, like $22 a month.
Yes, the indie one. I'm considering something that I can actually work with. I'm not gonna use it commercially. Maybe I should. Just register as a student and then grab the education. You need to be on an affiliated school. You need to validate your status as a student. It even says there.
You know.
Anyway, I have to go,
Your
guys.
mentorship could qualify as a school.
It can't. Bye.
See you.
When...
Have fun.
See you.
Bye, Stefan.
Bye-bye.
Have I ever tried grooming with Yeti? No.
Bro,
Hmm?
when I was with Ryan,
Yes, Ryan has like an actual
before,
school. I don't.
well, before it was called Vertex and so on, I screenshot the receipt that I got for paying him, and I sent it to Substance, and they
Yeah,
were like,
but
"Okay."
some will let you pass with this shit, right? But not everybody.
Bro, I've been wanting to jump on the stream since I woke up, but since I woke up, my stomach has been killing me.
Eating shawarmas?
I'm not. I'm getting all the food from the healthy stuff delivery from Healthylicious from my cousin. Hey, John, everything is counted for.
Hey, Janet.
Joey Swole is counting my macros, everything. But Manjaro causes lazy bowels, and it sucks. I took laxative yesterday. All it's been doing is making me pee a lot.
Like one.
A lot of fun. Ludwig, I haven't had falafel in so long. Good falafel. You didn't like the seagull video I sent you?
Hmm?
You didn't like the seagull video I sent you?
No.
You didn't find it bro, how did you not find it funny when seagulls are making fun of their friend? Like, that to me is funny as fuck. They're
Yeah,
sentient.
George. You need
Bro,
to,
it's so funny.
you need a break from the internet, I'm telling you.
How? Seagulls are laughing at their friend who fell. Like, that's funny shit, bro.
Telling you. You really need a fucking break.
Bro, it's funny. You have a mandated break when new PoE patch drops? Man. Are we jumping on 3.0 now?
Well, I've been playing the closed beta for now. Definitely played
I mean, it's
thing.
3.0, 0.3, I mean. Mountain bike. It's material texture, whatever it's called. It's cosmetics for your outfits or your base. Yeah, skins.
And by the way, I think we're getting like some transmog or some shit.
Wait, isn't there? It's
Not only
if you
for
if you get.
whatever you purchase, right?
Mm,
No more, no more replaying the first 3 acts.
Yeah, I know you finish everything and then you immediately start mapping.
Mm-hmm. Well, finishing everything might seem like an easy thing to do, but if you thought that Act 3 is long, you just wait for the fourth one. And then you also have an interlude, which is basically like another act, more or less. I mean, combined,
And
I think
anyone
it's
know,
more than an act.
yeah, but at least it's something new, you know?
You guys looked at the video? No. I don't click on anything you send him anymore. Why do you think I haven't seen the fucking game market?
And anyone know, I've been watching King Kongor and what's his name? Ghazi. And they're like doing all the reveals and the playthroughs and whatnot. I know about the video. I watched, but I know.
What have you sent? Make me not click on them? Oh my god. Where do I start?
Deadeye. I'm gonna play Warrior again. Oh my god.
Warrior? Why would you play Warrior? To see
Because
the
I'm a
new
meathead.
swords and axes? Hmm?
Mm,
For the swords and axes?
they're not. They're they they're not releasing swords and axes.
No.
Stale. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
play.
You have bludgeoning tools. Maces and shit. I think the warrior is like the greatest fucking thing to play.
Greatest or shittiest?
Yeah, it's not the greatest to play. They will like there are plans there for swords and axes, and they have like what 2 months to wrap them up. I'm playing monk. I like monk. What 4 months? No, I'm not. I've tried with the fist in this closed beta. I don't know if they will fix, but a lot of shit is not really working if you're not having a weapon. They also introduced a fucking staff that has zero critical hit chance. Makes sense. 4 months between releases for Path of Exile 2. Yeah, but like theoretically in December they need to release like the full game. I don't know how they will. I know, bro. They added to be able to punch, to like skills that don't require you to have a weapon. I know. I tried it. I play monk, but it's not worth the trouble as it is right now. Maybe it's gonna be better in the final release.
Let's go for an hour and a half before I leave to MMA.
Also, to get to the nodes there, you need to be like level 30 or something. I think it's just a gimmick. not necessarily something that it's worth consistently playing. Maybe I should actually make like different TVs for this fucking thing. Yes, a minimum. I know.
Oh, Ludwig's, you practice the arts. of hurting people? I did not know. Hey, Manu. You dabble? Bring your MMA gloves then. Nim, I was watching an interview with Triple H. You know, Triple H used to have very long hair, and now he's bald as fuck. And I was looking the entire time at his fucking skull instead of listening to the interview because I wanted to know the shapes that are going on. I feel like if I copy his skull, uh, and put it on Cavill, it'll be easier to morph it. It's easier to read on Triple H because he's bald. Did you copy a scan? No.
What do I have here? Here. Can someone explain to me? If this is fucking black, why do I still have hairs here? Hmm?
Go back.
Motherfucker, just being a dick. Any progress? No. and then with the cut modifier. I mean, Stefan did the thing. Can do that probably for the very short hairs on an outside map. Where is that fucking thing? Big map. Mount.
Second.
Which apparently automatically loaded that stupid fucking map that we were testing. Where is it?
Stupid microphone.
Stupid microphone. What is it?
I hit unmute like 3 times. It wasn't unmuting. I was saying, like, my dad still talks on the phone like back in the day when we had to yell.
I mean, it's parents.
Yep. My stomach is doing backflips right now.
Now that we have this, we can actually put description that copy this, pick up Stefan's map, with this, right. Go and paint here. We have like a gradient. The XGen follow a logical approach. Everything in 3D is logical. What are we talking about? Here's the part that I don't understand. If I have 0 everywhere, why do I still have this fucking... Hmm? What's up, Luna? It's only 3.5. So I don't understand frequency. That's the part that I don't really grasp. Like normally frequency would be how often it's going to happen on the fucking strand, while magnitude is going to be like how far, right? So if I have this, right, from 0 to 1, that means that the roots are going to stay in place, while the tips are going to go places, you know, by 1, right? By the magnitude of 1. If I put this to 2, it should make like 2 waves. Three is going to make 3, and so on, right? In theory. But then the magnitude can be controlled on the length of the fucking this is the magnitude amount. So this is how you set up like the maximum. Like let's you say you don't want this to be very noisy, and you control it where it's gonna move the like in the middle of the strand. Now the tip does nothing, which is the part that I don't really grasp why. Also, I fucking hate when it's adding like random points. Right, this is the part that I don't really grasp. Like, how is this making any sense? Also, can you fucking remove the points? Jesus fucking.
Hey, yo, boys.
Hi.
Yeah, Nurik.
What's up? How are you doing?
Doing.
Real life.
How was your training session, Morty?
My training session,
Yep.
MMA,
Yep. Did you receive any?
good. Compliments, yes, always.
Holy.
Coach was surprised I could kick that high. He's like, "What the fuck? How are you so flexible?" I'm like, "Bro, I used to be way more flexible. This sucks." It's like you're flexible enough to kick someone in the head. And you need to be more flexible than that. Good job.
I don't know how they look like, but I know your age, and in your age, it's kind of surprising to get kicked.
Uh-huh. That's what he
You
said.
just call him old.
No, no, he's
You also calling me old, motherfucker?
in compare, yeah.
Compared to what?
Standalone, no. I think you are in your best ages. like blooming ages, you know.
Stop trying
Like a
to
blooming onion.
fix it. You already ruined it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be muted because oh no, I wanna eat.
I thought you're gonna mute yourself to save yourself. But I told him, like in judo, the teacher used to make us like sit on our butts, open our legs as much as we can, and then lean forward. And then he would put his knee on your back and keep pushing till your head touches the mat. Man, I was 14 and it was painful. I sat down to do it again and I told my coach, I'm like, see, I can't even fucking lean forward because my belly's in the whole way. Wait till I lose more weight. I'm like, that's why I'm flexible. It's like, man, that sounds like torture. That doesn't sound like training you to be more flexible. I'm like, yep. It kind of, I don't know how else to describe it for you, bro. Sit on the ground, spread your legs. Yes. And then imagine someone putting their knee on your back and pushing you till your head touches the ground.
My crush? Better not.
What, you crashed?
No, I just had a hiccup.
Oh,
A lot of hiccups, apparently. The fuck are you doing, man? Why the fuck did it get broke?
Morty.
Yo.
Where is his cheekbone?
None of your
Seems
business.
like it seems like it has flattened away.
I am trying to fix everything Nim yelled at me last time. Well,
Are you
trying.
noting stuff?
Nim yells them into your head.
Ah, I understand.
Cheekbone. It's here somewhere. My stomach is killing me. I'll be right back.
Oh, I think I just broke my. Oh, it actually managed to generate 5,570 fucking guys. Okay, don't have hair here. Where is the hair shader? Okay, Moshe. I'm curious how the groom would look in Marmoset. Like shit, probably. This must be the first time you see me using Action, because it's probably the first time I actually using it for a groom. Except like testing stuff. In the wish to see Marmoset what Nemo was saying to make three-sided tube for a groom. If I actually export it as a groom, then you won't have three-sided tube. There's this, like this here, right? Like the brows and the... These are three-sided. Right? These are three-sided geometry, but it's exported as geometry. Right? They're tubes. But if you actually have a groom, like an actual groom mesh, like this one here, for example, this it's only going to render as planes. Planes that from side view, you won't see them. Makes them very fucking problematic. If the plane of the geometry of this is like oriented in the 90 degrees to the camera, you won't see this shit. Now, when you have a very high density hair, you know, it might get away with stuff. But them actually implementing it, like the one that, like, you know, NVIDIA made for a new way of rendering hairs, like for the Indiana Jones games, they actually showed, right, like the... Where is it? Because I sent it to Andrea. This, right? Instead of flat planes, right, they actually render cylinders. And this is a big step in making believable hair. Like a tremendously big step. I don't know exactly how they implement this and why it's only for the 50 cards. But hopefully we'll see something similar, at least in Marmoset. How the fuck am I again out of E? Didn't you say that the hair on is better for performance? Yeah, the way they actually implement it, because they have like a complex algorithm that they're using this, right? And if you look here, it's 3 times less data versus strands made of, you know, flat planes. because why this is happening is that exactly what it's showing here, right? Like if you have a curve and you actually need to make planes to to keep that curve, right? You're going to have to put a specific number of planes, right, to retain the curvature, right? You're going to have to actually cut it. But because you actually have like spheres, right? The spheres already have a curve, right? So when they put sphere by sphere by sphere by sphere by sphere, you're going to need actually less spheres to retain the curve, depending on how thick the hair strand is, right? But basically comparing this to actual geometry, you're gonna need less spheres, right? Because how they render, because they render, you see, like they render like a tube in between two spheres. But the curve here, like where it bends, is gonna require less polygons than to actually make it, right? So it kind of makes sense in terms of how it works. But again, there's an entire paper. There was a link in here, wasn't it? But for now, is what we have. Will that only work with ray tracing online? I don't think it has anything to do with ray tracing. Ray tracing is for rendering illumination. This is literally for how you render the hair. First, you need to make the hair look like in real life. Why? Why are you going over the edge.
Something's wrong with your brush.
Something is wrong with Maya. The problem that I have with like short hair is that if it doesn't add like its own variation in terms of depth, then these are probably gonna be like very flat surfaces, which looks very unnatural. I'm probably gonna have to come and add like a lot of strands to break up, a lot of guys to break up the volume. Make a percent of this map. With the B is the map, okay? And A is gonna be percent. Percent is gonna be whatever value. Then we make 8%. It's a multiplier. Do I need a multiplier or do I need a division? I need no, I need a third value, right? I'm gonna need a local, right? Which is gonna be random 0 to 1. Get out A. Gonna work. By programming stuff. So it's working. So where I have black now, not gonna do clumping. No, it doesn't. Why? Oh, wait, how the fuck did I save this? Bro. I don't know where I saved that. Bro, this is basic programming, right? You have some variables and you want to randomize so it generates a specific map, a specific texture that it's based, right? It's an expression. No, I don't even know. I think this is Mel, right? But it's very similar to any programming language, right? You have some variables, and those variables determine, something like determining a map, right? Like for example here. Let me delete this. Apply. You see, like I have defined a variable that is called %, which is 0.5, right? And then I have a random number in between 0 and 1, smaller than %. And this generates this, right? If I make it, it makes a noise, basically, right? If I inverted it, I should have pressed apply. If I put 0.8, because it's 0.5, you won't see any difference if it's bigger or smaller, right? But at 0.8, right? This is more dark than white, right? If I make it smaller, this is gonna be more white than black, right? So I know, like based on this, I can generate, where the hair is gonna clump or not. So I was trying to implement this to also have a fucking map, right? And I don't know how, and I don't know why. So what I have here is like this is, you see the variable a is like the output. What's going to be here, the amount for this. So I can, like for example, say b is equal with a value. Okay, let's say 0.8. And then I can say like a, which is the local variable, right, to be the old a, or b, and this will multiply it. But my a, it's a map, which I don't know if it's gonna work because I'm also old, but it does work. So you see now where I have on the map black, my hair is not clumping, right? It's clumping everywhere else but where it's black. That makes sense? And so I multiplied the value of a, the value from the texture that I'm painting. I multiplied it with B, which is the value that I control here. You see? And that gives me the output. It's not affecting that. Just basic programming, like basic scripting, whatever. I hate it, Stefan. That's why I became a 3D artist, not become a programmer. And somehow I ended up, doing quite a lot of programming lately. I mean, thank God it's just like, minor shit like this. And it's not, I don't have to do like fucking optimization algorithms. Stupid shit like that. Right, and why I did this is because I don't want this, like for example, here, I don't want it to clump. I want to be able to paint like a little bit of an edge here, right? Where this hair will not actually clump. It's gonna clump higher, but here it's gonna remain spread like this. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Probably my... I guess I need to pull it out of the fucking neck. Or it's my density map. Oh, it's my density map. So why the fuck is my smooth brush so fucking crazy? Also, why it's having this shape? It's based on UVs. Do I have the magic page about XGen expression and stuff? I don't, but I can find it. Or you can send it to me. And an Unreal build for product viewing. Now people actually want it. Sell it. Make money. Bro, I've seen so much useless shit make a lot of money. You add something that it's even a little bit useful, you'll be surprised how many people actually need it. It doesn't matter if you feel like it's not a great plugin. It doesn't need to be, like, that's the thing, right? I don't have to have like the most crazy shit out there. Just needs to be something. If people find value in it, right? If it's a small thing that improves their workflow, you'll sell it. Do you remember that there was this fucking loot for Substance Painter that was making like a sort of aces back in the day? How many times that sold? Like, that guy made a shit ton of money with that. And it's probably something that Stefan could have wrote in like 10 minutes. Not even. Rewrite it at home and sell it yourself. It's not his code if it was wrote at work, but he can rewrite it at home. The fuck did I press? I don't know what I pressed. I pressed something. Pretty sure there's something in your contract about this. I mean, you should still have the contract, right? I think I need another cut on top. For this, I'll probably want like this. So I break the uniformity of the hair. Not like this here at all. What do you think we're doing, less? But I need to take Luna out, though. Right, Luna? Guess she doesn't care. I'm trying to see if I can make the groom in XGen like his hair, how it will look. And if it's too much of a hassle, I'll also try probably Houdini. And if Houdini doesn't satisfy me either, I'll make it in fucking Ornatrix. Because I'm accustomed with that. Makes it easier for me.
I'm alive.
Ah, you're still alive.
And now I have to go to the gym, bro. Laxative hit.
Congratulations. What can I say? Please tell us more about your bowel movement.
I just said laxative hit. I didn't describe anything.
Okay. Take Luna out. Now she hurt. She hurt the bitch. One out. Pepper Luna. Emo cat. I guess he is. I'll be back. 15 minutes.
I'll be back in like 4 hours.
Okay. Bye, George.
Bye, man. Bye, everybody.
Also moved in AFK. It's interesting. Luna. Stop barking at the people painting the walls. Remind me in a few moments, well, a few minutes to pick up my tea.
Got it.
Also, wanted to test something. Can I make like another description here? Create a description. Yeah. Do I ever use Arnold? No. I don't render all time, bro. I just wanna test the thing. Hey, that's what I was wondering. This is the thing that I don't like. I make this here. Oh no, it actually works. Okay, so it is based on how far it is from this. I leave it like this.
I think it is ready.
It is ready. Thank you for a bit. He- Billy. What is correlation? So why does it look better with correlation? I understand why people are making like new UVs for this kind of shit. I always work in silence. I mean, if no one speaks with me, what do you want me to do? Go by myself?
Yeah, I do work in silence.
I have a pretty big map, but that's not it. Like the UVs are distorted, right? So I would need like a very big map for this to actually do a thing. Can narrate everything I do. Wow. Oh, I do have music, Tobias, but because I'm sharing my videos, right? If I would put the music that I'm listening, they're gonna get muted. So everything I say, it's not nothing is gonna happen. Yeah, they're stretching. The scalp is way smaller, right? Okay, it's compressed because it made to fit a fucking square. So this area is like very compressed in terms of UVs. You want me to narrate all I do? I better be paid for that. A shit ton of money. Clip and put on YouTube as tutorial, probably better than. Yeah, I mean, people don't like this kind of videos, bro. They want things that tells them everything they need to know. Go halfway like this. Everyone wants me to make a next gen tutorial. You make it sound like I know a lot about next gen, Tobias. You know that this is the actual full hairstyle that I'm trying to do in next gen, right? Everything else I did were tests. Bardoj. Also gonna need to do this in the clamping. We have a, oh, but no, the map is, why is this not clamping properly? Is it because of this? Can I make this fucking painting to not painted the background somewhere? Have like a back face calling. Some expressions for the way the hair it's combining, because I have an expression. Is the map that I'm painting here, and this is multiplying uh, a value with the, like the value that I have here. It's multiplying with the map in this case. Is there a way to make like an actual cut of the hair, like a uniform cut? I need like a mesh cut or something. I also think I need to generate this. It was not clamping properly there. Thank God, you're doing such a good job. Also, I never understood why the movement of this it's like separate, right? Why it's not on W and you actually have to go to fucking modify this? I never understood this on the XGen. Like it's so against anything. But I think one thing that I really know you guys are not always doing, to actually check your guides from all the fucking angles and make sure that your routes are, in the correct orientation, at least. Probably could use a little bit more uh, points for this curse, but I'm gonna just use that for the top here description. There was a way to control this by points. At the actual points of the right click. No. This, right? Guide control. Can you like just go fuck yourself? Why is it going that stupid shit into vertex mode? Yeah, I know that. This drives me insane. Welcome to the world of action. Yeah. It makes no fucking sense. Honestly. I can even fucking select it at the same time. Probably. I also think I need to rebuild this afterwards, right? Fuck off. I need way more shit in here. I can put the scalp in the layer so I can select it. In which layer? Make a layer with the scalp. How do you lock it? Or it doesn't matter?
There's a button. First is the visibility. Second,
Yeah.
it's the transparency mode and the reference mode. You should have a reference mode selected.
Oh, so in reference I cannot select that.
Yeah, you cannot select it in any way.
Okay. Don't remember if you can add guide in rep mode. Let's see. I can. Don't forget to save, yeah. Would be a good idea, right? Honestly, this probably I should make like a separate description for it. Why do I still get some strands there? Maybe because of the clamping. I mean, I only had a crash when I tried to undo like 45 times. This is what I'm talking about. you want to fucking move the stupid shit with W. I appreciate if you would stop picking it up. Do I enjoy sculpting the guides? Do I enjoy making hair? No. Someone has to do this. I'm pretty sure here I'll have to do a separate thing. Why the fuck the hair it's like this when I keep pushing this fucking stupid shit forward? Thanks, Jenny, you're doing such a great job, sometimes not. What happened here? Move this one. Moved it. ALP. Why the fuck are you not moving those? Not vertex painting, it's actually generating some math. The fuck is this still like knocked off? Your girlfriend will probably have her first time in ZBrush today. And then you'll realize that she's really good at it and you're gonna be like all in panic mode, right, Tobias? Like that friend of mine, the guys met her, Ada. A little bit autistic, a lot autistic, but a different story, right? So I put her in front of the PC, and I gave her to copy a skull in ZBrush, right? With a split screen. Easy task for someone who understands ZBrush, not easy task for uh, someone who has no fucking clue. I don't think I know 10 people who can do a good job as she did after, let's say, minimum 2 years of ZBrush. How is she, by the way? I don't know. I haven't talked with her in a long time. She's cuckoo, but it is how it is. But her ability to actually sculpt, it's fucking insane. She picked up that like this. And the interpolation in this fucking software, I hate it. She's a tattoo artist, right? She has 2D skills. But the fucking stupid shit that she was sculpting, bro, like, not gonna lie. I have students who are still not able after years to do that. How? Why is there a fucking gap? I'm having like a fucking... What's going wrong here? How does this make any sense? Do I have the fucking cut affecting? Oh my god. That's what it is, isn't it? Of course. Una. The fuck? Wow, Lucas. Wow. Still holding me a grudge for, showing your wife that you're you're just a dick profiting from her love for you. Even if you don't realize, Lucas, I saved your marriage. She was loving it. Then why is she not doing it yet? Huh? Why did she stop doing it? Because of me. Hmm. Wait, why the fuck the map doesn't work anymore? It does work. It's just the values are fucking stupid. That's why. Am I good at not anatomy drawing? Well, I can't fucking draw a stickman. Of course, Tobias. Do you think you're gonna continue with the likeness without me discussing with you about it? Yes. Everything I learned was in 3D. Otherwise, I don't have drawing skills. Ah, yeah. This is bad. Not in the right position. All this work for nothing. No, honestly, I think I should make like new UVs for this cup. And also probably paint like the hairline in a different software. I can actually see. I understand why I should spend a little bit more time sculpting the fucking skull. I'm trying to sort this out in let me add this also to that fucking layer. Everything. Is it going? It's going, I guess. Why is this happening here? Don't get it. Do you guys understand why this is behaving differently from the rest of the fucking hair? Now, you see, there are some areas where this fucking clumping behaves like super fucking weirdly. It's like just fucking weird. So, is there a tool to like cut the tips on a continuous line from here? Or it's only here on the interactive grooming? In interactive, I suppose it's possible. Because I wanna have like a clean line. So that means I'll have to trim them basically. No, because the cut modifier cuts based on the length of the hair, right? It's not gonna make it, you're gonna have long hairs and short hairs. Like, let me draw, right? Like, let's say you have these hairs, right? And when you want to cut them like this, right? This is gonna remain short while this is gonna be longer. If I mask in this area, it won't retain, right? It won't know how to retain that length. And what is basically gonna do is gonna keep this like this, and this is gonna be like this. So I'll still have width, right? The only way to do that is probably with interactive groom in Maya. For what? For cut? If there's any option. It's fine. I'll do it with interactive groom at the end. Oh look, it's Picard's. Basically, yes. Mine with the horns. There you go. Top hair. If you set the cut modifier on absolute mode, there is no such thing as absolute mode. Where? Is that the AI saying that shit? That AI is completely fucking useless. And it's gonna give you a fucking tutorial from Blender or some shit. You click on the link. Chat GPT like Chat GPT, bro, but the Google AI, that shit is like completely fucking useless. Bro, I put a cut modifier here. I made it black, right? Or it's black. Feel white. Right? If I do this, it's not gonna cut those hairs. Not cutting the tips of these ones. It's just gonna cut the hairs that are on this area. Right? So I still gonna end up with wisps. It doesn't know how to cut these hairs that come from top to the same length. Understand? Not even if I have like a gradient or some shit. Right? It's not never gonna make like a fucking. It's just cutting and I'll always end up with wisps. Yes, I want the clean cut effect. Like trimmed. Even if you paid the roots money, there's always gonna be hair that comes from the top, right? Because of the length of the hair. Like, look, this, right? If I go in here, let me voice edit guides, right? If I go in here, I can do this, right? I can take which one? This, right? And go and do this. See? Right, so the hair it ends up, you know, cleanly cut. And the strand length is definitely, you know, different. What I get is the clean effect, right? Just like a trim. You understand? This is what I want. I was wondering if there is an actual option for that. Apparently there isn't. Fired. How do you export this? I'm actually curious how it looks in mouse. How do you export a groom? Also, maybe save this. Hmm? I need the ABC. I understand that. How do I generate it into? I can do it with the MetaHuman plugin. Good. Fine. It's fine, Tobias. I'm pretty sure the MetaHuman will be able to export it. Chill, guys. Let's see. Actually, this exported. Did something, but where the fuck is it? Ah, of course. Wrong orientation. Also flipped for some reason. Well, some strands are. My god, it exported the guide also. Fucking kidding me. Also, it's offsetted. How the fuck are you offsetted, bitch? Can you choose the orientation of the meta-human exporter thing? Can you? Yes, yes, you can. Try again. I think Maya, just like 3ds Max, cannot overwrite shit. GBC files. And why the fuck it's... Bro. It's on the other side of the fucking screen. And it's not only that, I think it's mirrored. And that's the problem. Not just rotated, it's fucking mirrored. But not on. The question is why the fuck it's exporting like that? That sucks balls. Let's try the thing from Tobias. What did you send me here? It cannot be with like -1 on scale for Unreal. How the fuck do I install this? To watch this video. That's mail. Let's see. And I have to select. This one exports where it should be. Also, I don't understand why it's splitting it into multiple pieces. Gotta fucking love. It's so broken because it only renders like fucking planes, right? You see that the ones that are oriented weirdly, you gotta see the fucking scalps through them. Not cool, bro. Not cool. It's fucking great. Wanna uninstall it. Can you rotate the planes by any chance? No. Fixed it. That's the solution, you know? Just make the strands thick. So you won't see the scarf through. But that's not what we want, is it? Also, how is this anisotropy theoretically? Like, look how this looks with ray tracing compared to without ray tracing. I don't like this at all. Also, this fucking hair shader sucks balls. Jesus fucking Christ. I have no fucking clue how to customize it to actually look like fucking hair. I swear to God, I can make it with GGX look more natural. With anisotropy, sorry. Who'd have thought that fucking shader is good? I don't know what kind of VBs this has. If it has. Ah, this is broken, isn't it? It even looks better without ray tracing. Look at here shader. I'll have to actually put some work into this guides. But yeah, definitely having planes is not fucking great unless you look at it from distance. I'm hungry and tired. Bye, Tobias. I'll go also because I need to make myself some food. No one is streaming, is it? Anyhow, time to go. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I guess I'll catch you next time. Have a good rest of the day wherever you are. Be nice. Get your ass and work something. Finish your characters. And see you next time. Peace.